Well, good afternoon. Welcome to this Tuesday edition of Wire to Wire. Hello, everyone, from Horseshoe, Indianapolis, alongside Racing Rachel. Track announcer John G. Dooley, ready to get another two-day stretch started here. Another week of racing, our third at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. And again, things will start heating up for all of us here, Rachel, once we get to the first Friday and Saturday.
It's a great afternoon to be out at the track. A little bit breezy with temperatures in the mid-70s through the late afternoon hours, dropping down into the lower 70s by the time you're heading home for that race. We are drawing through the race today. We will see some widely scattered showers and storms returning late tonight on into early Wednesday morning. Enjoy the race.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twinspires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twinspires. And now you can race to victory with Twinspires tournaments.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
There's a Derby celebration Saturday, May 2nd at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Catch all the action featuring live racing at 10:45 a.m. Plus, register to win a $3,000 Derby mega bet. Participate in the $1,000 Derby hat contest. Grab a red rose from the flower cart. And enter to win an Exmark push mower. Call ahead for clubhouse reservations. It's a Derby Day celebration Saturday, May 2nd at Horseshoe Indianapolis, located off I-74 at exit 109 in Shelbyville.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
All right, back here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we do appreciate Krista McInerney with the McInerney with a look at the weather from Fox 59, the Weather Authority. John and Rachel just hanging out with all of you for a 9-race program today. We're going to get it done no matter what.
Listen, some of those days are those days. I also interviewed Micah. I know I put up that blooper, but I did get a chance to check out Micah Meeks, who John had told us about, if you remember, on opening day. She rode great at Fairgrounds, and she's been riding really well here and got her first win Wednesday.
Yep, 9th career win, first here in Indiana. She took out the opener. Certainly a little carpe diem, seized the day with Ed Litteram winning the first race here on Wednesday. And what a nice outfit to get your first Indiana career win with Ed Litteram for Randy Klopp.
You gotta love Klopp. He always supports the women jockeys and women trainers around here. So yeah, we definitely we're happy to see her. It was a favorite, and she looked strong on that horse.
She joined Jason Beam as you were on with Steve Bick. She was on with Jason Beam, so reposted that on my X at John G. Dooley, of course. You can also follow at Racing Rachel. But a big milestone moment here. There's Micah getting the victory aboard Ad Litteram, much to the happiness of, again, her parents. She talked about them after the race. So congratulations, Micah Meeks, an apprentice to watch here at the shoe.
Do you know something that I told Micah I think is really funny? Micah's parents were both lawyers, and they wanted her to be a lawyer, and she ended up a jockey.
Thus
and
the Latin.
both Cheyenne and Patrick's parents were horsemen, and she ended up leaving to be a lawyer.
Absolutely.
I just think that's so funny. Hopefully they meet someday. And then we had a double for Burgess as well.
Alberto Burgess, a couple of riding wins here on Wednesday's card, gets him to 5 for the meet. Fernando de la Cruz tops the standings going into our 5th racing day here. Of course, we had Tuesday, Wednesday cards on opening week last week and this week as well. 3rd week into a 123-day season here. But more success, more wins for Alberto.
Yes, definitely, and he's really had a nice couple years here. He's such a great guy. He stuck around this winter, and yeah, riding really, really well. And then he went on here in the 4th race on Bridal Divine. You think that's named after Megan Divine? And it paid. They both paid really well too. Last one was $8. I can't remember what this one was, but they were up there.
Yeah, the big gray leads the way under jockey Alberto Burgos. By the way, also want to mention here as we just had that race rewind to Wednesday's card here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Alberto Burgos with the riding double. We showed you that flashback to Micah Meeks winning the opener here. Again, that was on Wednesday with Ed Litteram for leading trainer Randy Klopp. Speaking of trainers, Gennaro Garcia, congratulations. He also had a double here on Wednesday. Milestone moment for Gennaro, his 1,000th career victory.
Yes, we were very excited, and he was very relieved to finally get it. He said it was like trying to get his first win. It was definitely tough. So congratulations, Gennaro. To 1,000 more.
Yeah, Jose Gutierrez, by the way, booted that winner home. The milestone made for Gennaro Garcia. So talking about apprentices, Jose Gutierrez also one of the top ones. He took that Juan Saez Leading Apprentice Award for 2025 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Really quick, we're getting tight on time. Only 5 minutes till we get to the B block. We want to just remind everybody a new wager in 2026, the $5 last call daily double, but now Eric Hallstrom, talking about Steve Bick, our Vice President and General Manager, went on the air mentioning now all of our rolling doubles, low 15% takeout on all the doubles here now at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Yeah, super exciting, and he was joking about taking the news away with other news out there, but the degenerates love that one, so we're very excited to do things like that our players like.
Tuesday, Wednesday cards here this week. Then don't forget, no live racing. We'll be back though. We have what is it
just the Wednesday.
Yeah, it's that Tuesday. Wednesday, and then I think it's dark on Thursday.
And then we ride Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, Friday, Saturday cards. Yeah, definitely pick up that Horseshoe Indianapolis fridge magnet as when Rachel has a chance to post on her X account
on your phone, like I do.
check Rachel's X. And then check your fridge
was like, where's the picture of me in Houston? And I was like, I'm sorry.
As I said, things are going to heat up here. Things are heating up in May. We'll be racing on Kentucky Oaks Day. Hope you can join us. And then back here for Kentucky Derby 152. Evan Roman, by the way, 2 wins away. He's still on 998. A couple of wins away from 1,000. We're keeping our eyes on that milestone march. Back talking about contests. Road to Champions Day is back again for a second year. That very popular last year, brought back for 2026. Then we start talking about the May contests. Racing Rachel's Warriors, I mean, that's already in play during this month. But then we start talking about a Jockey's Agent contest coming back for 2026 on Tuesdays, and always popular Exactamundo Thursdays. Those contests back, and it all starts in May.
Yes, and don't forget, we are, like we just said, we're going to race on Oaks Day and on Derby Day. Call 317-421-0000 if you have any questions, or follow us on social media.
Horseshoe Vegas, I mean, Rachel was there during the winter. Talking about NHC 2026, and looking forward to sending more horse players there. 18 seats up for grabs for NHC, so it starts early to punch your ticket to Vegas.
Yes, and we are very happy to be a partner with NHC, where we host it at the Horseshoe Vegas.
Was that this year's?
This was last year's.
Okay.
The blue horse player hat I have was this year, and like a backpack.
So. And the one that you gave me too.
Yeah.
Join us for racing, as I mentioned, on Friday. Don't forget, that's a Friday card.
Yeah.
Longines, Kentucky Oaks. Hopefully you can join us here and for Kentucky Derby Day as well. Thanks to our big sponsors this year, Woodford Reserve Tequila Herradura. We ran that spot for them after we had Krista McEnany from the Weather Authority, Fox 59, give us the weather update for today. I mean, sunny skies, upper 70s. It's a nice one. Fast main track. We had no turf racing. Carter, looking forward to that, and the return of the all-turf Pick 3 coming up next month. Looking forward to, again, fingers crossed, scheduled Tuesday, May 5th. Hopefully we get on that Caesars course for some all-turf Pick 3 action.
That's right. Can't wait to see the grass, and everyone's very excited to see grass racing coming back here to Indiana. It looks great.
Horse
if you
players,
judge
all
it
of
by
us,
your eyes, it looks great.
Cheers to Bree Development, Murphy Trailer Sales. Great winner, Circle sponsor, back with us this year. 765-361-8803. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. Great decade for me to graduate not only high school, but St. John's University. Also, B&H Electric, they've got locations in town, don't they, Mr. Don? They're also in Seymour and Bloomington. They're on the web at bh-electric.com. Cheers to their sponsorship of racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and signed in 2026. As you sign your lease agreement, as you sign for a new Ford F-150 truck, you're going to do that at Russ Hubler Ford, aren't you, Rachel?
Yes, you are. It's just located 20 minutes south in Brownsburg.
Don't forget Don't forget to follow us. That's Russ Hubler Ford. There you go. Location there, Greensburg, Indiana. You can reach out to them on the web. Follow us on social media. At John Giuli reposted that mention from Twinspires.com that Micah Meeks, an apprentice racing, was here in 2026. Won that Wednesday opener, as we showed you during that race rewind. Micah joining Jason Beam for his podcast. I reposted that on my X. Racing Rachel, always the first one up in the morning. She takes Ray to the bus stop and she tweets out the track condition. Looking forward to hearing Fast and Firm here once we turn the calendar to May. Martha Clausen is standing by. Nice quarter horse allowance. We've had some quarter horse maiden dashes. We got a nice quarter horse allowance. That's in the 9th over the 300 yards. And Brian Aragoni at Mr. B Analyst. You could also follow us track-wise, not only on X, on Instagram, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. That'll do it for Rachel and I. We're going to take a quick time out and be back with a B block. It's Brian Aragoni right after this.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twinspires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twinspires. And now you can race to victory with Twinspires tournaments.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Welcome back to the B block. It's day 5. We're already making changes that are favorable to the better, always trying to adjust, not just keeping up with the status quo by any means. Those daily doubles were a hit the first week, so we've just made all of them 15% takeout. Do away with the 21.5% takeout in those doubles, and instead of just one, now you'll get them each and every day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, 15% takeout. For a guy who's been playing horizontals for a long time, you've heard me talk a lot about pick fives. Suddenly, you have to expand your knowledge, and you can't play pick fours the same way you play pick fives or daily doubles. And ultimately, here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, you've got a ton of opportunities now to go race to race, some big fields. We're going to debut that turf course in the next 2 weeks here, I believe, if everything continues to go well. We're going to have big fields. We're going to have low takeout for those horizontal players, 15% takeout in both the pick four as well as those rolling daily doubles, and then 11.99% takeout still, and remains the lowest pick five takeout in the entire country at 11.99%. So let's start building that bankroll. Build that bankroll up for Churchill Downs, which will open up later this week. You've still got the Keeneland meet going on, and then we've got the Derby, the Run for the Roses, first Saturday in May. You heard Rachel and John talking about it. We're going to run not only Kentucky Oaks Day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but also Kentucky Derby Day. A lot of excitement. Will be the first thing up and running on your Friday and your Saturday. So get ready. Continue to build that bankroll. We've got an excellent card for you. 9 today. 8 thoroughbreds. We kick off with the lowest takeout in the country in the pick 5 in race number 1. I'll take you through how I viewed the first 5 races, give you a little bit of a ticket and how I structured things. Maybe you take some items, maybe you don't. If I like a horse, maybe cross that one off. Whatever fits your fancy, but it's just one person's opinion of how they viewed the first 5 races, trying to take advantage of the lowest takeout. Race number 1, no scratches or changes in here. You've got a couple of Randy Klopp runners winning at 24%. He had himself an excellent first 2 weeks of the meet. He's got Wakari at 6-1 along with number 4 Consequences. I do like the Consequences has an out over this track. Actually ran here on our opening day, went off at about 5-1, which was chilly, but it was an 11-horse field, and the top 4 were miles clear of the rest. This one did finish 4th, kind of was even throughout. It felt the crop midway through the turn and just really had no answer to being asked. Second time out, should be more fit today, and I think Consequences is going to be difficult to beat in here. But a couple of other horses that have drawn my eye are number 3, Shell Shocked, a 4-year-old filly who was claimed on debut for $15,000. And claiming a horse that's unraced is fairly rare. They saw something in the mornings even before that horse debuted that they liked. Since then, 3 straight maiden special weights, and they come back protected again. They certainly have not wanted to risk this 4-year-old filly losing, always running at the allowance level. I was impressed with the second out. First start off the claim on June 4th, in which they closed into it from well back. And then the 3-year-old filly, she just kind of went off form. She didn't continue on with what she had put on paper thus far in her debut in her first 2 races. She found a sloppy racetrack. She was always behind, never really ran on, then tried long on the turf. Now, maybe they're still trying to figure her out, but I do like that they laid her up. They come back in a protected spot, and the workouts say go. John Heron doesn't always work them fast, 59-3 from the gate. She's been putting up consistent works in the morning. Gutierrez already a winner this meet with John Heron. We'll see if it can continue with Shell Shocked, who's currently 6-1 on the board. And then the lightly raced I'm a Little Thirsty. Bob Gorham, Mitch Merrill in here, 0-3, has hit the board once. On debut, missed the break by 5, was closing in from the back, but ultimately was just a little bit mistimed. Finished 4th off the board, but at the 8th pole was 5 lengths behind, was really closing in on that top group, and had a very nice debut. After that, they broke much better, completely different race complexion. Instead of closing and passing horses, they were broke sharp, almost too sharp, and sat off the clear leader and just kind of was evenly around chasing one pace, the winner that day who went gate to wire, and that's My Daughter. After that, the 3-year-old at that time had racked up a couple of races, all in a short period of time, went to the bench, brought over to Mahoney Valley Racecourse, where Bob Gorham does a very nice job, winning it over 25% over at Mahoney Valley. This one has been prepping there, comes back in here, gets in with state-bred competition. So the 4, strictly the horse to beat in Consequences, but I'm also going to try Shell Shocked and I'm a Little Thirsty in this spot. Race number 2, we kick off that $1 minimum pick 4, 15% takeout. We've also got those rolling daily doubles with 15% takeout. Scratch number 3 out of this race in the 3rd. I'm going to single Hot Middles, Tiana Richardville, Hannah Leahy. This is a horse who, in my opinion, was much best in that overnight stakes race. It was on opening day. There was a horse that went down, spill midway through the turn, and that's when Hot Middles does her best running. She rode the rail. She was affected by the spill, and despite that, she finished by a half length. She was probably 5 lengths best that day, and I know that's a ridiculous thing to say when you got horses that are classy like Hikati Flatter, but Hot Middles was much best. She comes back 2 weeks. That's not ideal, but they find a good spot. It's a state bred in against open competition, and I don't know what else is in here. I know that Family is one that they've been high on for a while for Michelle Elliott. In fact, ran huge on debut at Turfway, then went over to the Saffie Joseph barn, tried Pimlico in a grade 3, and then up to Woodbine, and now finds her way back in with Michelle Elliott in here. That one could be any sort, but I just think Hot Middles gets a decent setup in here. Fancy Fascinator is going to be awfully quick for Ed Moger. Summer Pauly, they're probably going to duel on the front end with Family. Those two are going to set it up very nicely in here for Hot Middles. She proved last year that she is the real deal, and she doesn't need to be that far off the pace. The only concern would be Hannah Leahy with Hot Middles down on the inside. She prefers to do her best running on the outside. The one time she broke from the inside, she kind of had a dreamy trip behind Ease Magic and never really ran into it. So I think they're going to, maybe break just comfortably and then find their way to the outside and try and swing by at the top of the lane. That would be my plan, as Hot Middles going to be the hammer time of the day, singling on both my pick 5s as well as my pick 4s. 1 mile the distance in race number 3. No scratches or changes in here. 1, 7, and 8. Fun Little Sis for Aaron West. Gets Perez aboard. This one's a full sibling to Fantastic Vow, who's very good, but Fantastic Vow and maybe was able to show some distance abilities on the turf last year, but mostly prefers sprinting. But Fun Little Sis really jumped up and ran a huge race on the synthetic. I think the turf will ultimately be the plan for Fun Little Sis, but for me, the inside, just a speed play in here. Gets Brave on the front end with the apprentice. The instructions are going to be clear. Go to the lead, try and get her to relax, and let's see how far she can take it with Fun Little Sis. You've also got number 7, Innis Free Last, Burgos, and John Heron. A 3-time winner, the class of the field, is ran in all the dances, loves 2 turns, but is in off of a layoff and is likely going to be all of 3 to 5. Sweet Saint is another one in here who's got speed, but I think will be chasing the one all the way around the racetrack and could be in an uncomfortable or compromised position in chase mode. And not to be overlooked, Sweet Saint 4 for 6. So has a win at this distance, likes to be on the front, but comes in off of a brief layoff in here. And you get Sammy Bermudez for Randy Klopp, a jockey-trainer combination. You just don't see all that often, but they did win already on the meet. So 1, 7, and 8 for me in race number 3. Race number 4, 4, 5, 6, and 8. Another 1 mile. I love that we're stretching it out to 2 turns today. Tarzana is going to be favored in here for Brad Cox, Marcelino Pedroza Jr., donning the classic silks of Godolphin. All the numbers are good from top to bottom. I don't see anything worthy of making this horse 3 to 5 other than Brad Cox wins at 30% here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Second start off the layoff, turf to dirt, you name it. But Tarzana just never picked up over at the fairgrounds. Black Rose, Cipriano Contreras, this is what he does, claims elsewhere, comes to Horseshoe Indianapolis and wins, and then Summer Date along with Quality View makes sense to me. Race number 5, we kick off that $1 Itoba pick 4 in race 5. Storm Forged, 3 to 5. Steve Asmussen, Joe Ramos. It does make sense. Wanthan Racing wins at 12% with Asmussen. One of their only winners was actually at 1 to 5 at Remington with this horse, a $250,000 colt that just has not panned out. If runs his race back to the last 2, they're not catching Storm Forge. However, I don't think this horse gets the lead, and therefore I have a big question. The only time this horse won was on the lead. They're going to have to deal with some other horses up front that are incredibly fast, loving the lights. Zap and Strike is quick, and I think Tiempos Buenos. How about Sergio Don Juan? He owns and he trains. Correa going to be aboard. She was our apprentice rider, I believe, of the year a couple years back. She can win on speed. Gets Lasix for the first time, has shown speed in the past. And this trainer has a win at Turfway, Keeneland, and Mountaineer over the last month. Keeneland, Turfway, and Mountaineer since March 27th. So I think Tiempos Buenos is sneaky in this spot. 1, 5, 6, and 7, but fully recognized. Storm Forged is your most likely winner at 1 to 5. Just not going to be on my ticket. 1, 5, 6, and 7, as we're 14 minutes away from the opener on day 5 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. John G. Dooley, the best in the business. The wordsmith himself has made his way up to the announcer's booth. He'll take you through today's scratches and changes. Good luck.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley. 9 races carded. All main track card. Main track fast. Partly cloudy skies. Upper 70s. Fast track. If you have your programs close at hand, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Maiden sprint to start us off. No changes at the top of a 9 race card. First leg of the 50-cent early pick 5. No changes in the maiden sprint at the top. On to the second race we go. Second race sprint, scratch number 3, Al Mustanira. With the scratch, there'll be no superfecta wagering featured. No superfecta, scratch number 3, Al Mustanira. On to the third we go, and in the mile. No scratches, no rider changes, no overweights. Number 3, theoretically, ownership correction should read Patricia's Hope, LLC, Vince Foglia. Patricia's Hope, LLC, the principal Vince Foglia, ownership of record for number 3, theoretically, in the mile. In the fourth race, Maiden Fillies Mile, no scratches, 5 Black Rose, a jockey change to Santo Sanjor. Santo Sanjor rides 5 Black Rose. Number 8, Quality View. The ownership should read Town and Country Farms Corp. Kiki Cortellis is the principal. Kiki Cortellis. After the maiden mile, sprinters in race 5. Start here, the $1 late pick 4 presented daily by Itoba. In the 5th race, there are no changes due at 4:14. On to race 6. Another mile on the card. Once again, no scratches, no rider changes here. A couple of corrections in the program. Number 2, En Pont, racing as a first-time gelding. Number 2, En Pont, as a first-time gelding. Number 4, Senior Valentine, program correction. He wore blinkers last time out. Will race with blinkers today. Disregard the equipment change listed in your program. No equipment change for 4 Senior Valentine, was blinkered last time out and will be today. No equipment change. Race 7. Another mile on the card. This starts the $5 last call Thoroughbred Daily Double. Low 15% takeout on all doubles here throughout the meet. Scratch number 2, Last Chance Luis, and the 5 Red Hill. Number 2, Last Chance Luis, and number 5 Red Hill, both scratched from the mile. Starts the $5 last call late Thoroughbred Daily Double. And the 8th race then, Maiden Dash, no changes, all 10 run, due at 5:47. 9th race, last of the day, quarter horse allowance dash over the 300 yards. Fast headwind. Here scratch the also eligibles. 11 Keeney's Final Gift and the 12 Blackberry Kiss. Scratch the also eligibles. 11 and 12 from the quarter horse allowance dash. 300 yards to cap off the card. Top of the hour now. Partly cloudy, upper 70s. All 9 were carded for the main track. Main track fast on a nice one in town. Post time 10 minutes away from the maiden sprint opener. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, turning back to the sixth race in your program, the Maiden Mile. Once again, a program note in race 6. Once again, drawing your attention to number 4, Senor Valentine. Senor Valentine raced with no blinkers in his last start here. No blinkers on today. So thus, disregard the equipment change there. Once again, in the 6th race, it's a maiden mile. Number 4, Senor Valentine. Noting last time out here on April 14th, had no blinkers on. Will race with no blinkers on today in the maiden mile. Therefore, there should be no listed equipment change. That's in race 6. The horses stepping onto the track for the first race. Top of the card with a maiden distaff sprint. No changes, all 7 run. No changes at the top of a 9-race all main track card. Main track fast. Race 1 features exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Here we start our rolling doubles. Low 15% takeout on the doubles here. Rolling doubles from the opener on. Start here at the 50-cent pick 3. The start of our rolling pick 3s. First leg of the 50-cent early pick 5. Low 11.99% takeout on the early and late fire 5. Start of our rolling doubles with a maiden dash. Fast track, 3 minutes to post time. Now 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time for the maiden sprint. Starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Start of our rolling doubles. Now low 15% takeout on the doubles here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast track, you have less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Alberto Burgos with Wakari. Fernando de la Cruz, Consequences, one of the Randy Klopp two here in the maiden. Joseph Romero with One Little Conquest. Pedro Pena, Blazing Eyes, has taken her position in the starting gate. Jose Gutierrez with Shell Shocked. Micah Meeks with You're Cool. One of the Terry Vaughn two, now Shell Shocked drew 3. Stand by, one more at 5.5 furlongs. Bitchamoro with I'm a Little Thirsty. The final filly coming up, I'm a Little Thirsty. A 9 race, all main track card, main track fast. They're in the gate. Running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Blazing Eyes out to a fast start. Consequences showing her speed, and to the inside is Wakari, who's tossing that red cap into the ring. It's Wakari making a dash for it from the rail for Alberto Burgos, has taken the lead from Consequences. Both are Randy Klopp with Blazing Eyes right there with them running in third. One Little Conquest, fourth in the pink now at the 3.5. I'm a Little Thirsty's running in fifth. Shell Shocked is wide now from post 3 as they round the far turn with 3 furlongs to go, while Your Cool trails here in the Tuesday opener. The quarter with a tailwind, 22.75 seconds. These leaders now on the edge of the quarter pole. And here's Blazing Eyes. Blazing Eyes with Consequences, and I'm a Little Thirsty in a black cap. As these maiden fillies of mare straighten away. Blazing Eyes. Consequences toward the inside, tries to battle her with 1 furlong to go. On the outside, I'm a Little Thirsty. One Little Conquest with the rail. They come inside the final 16th. Toward the inside, Consequences. Here's I'm a Little Thirsty, who's lifting late. With between them, Blazing Eyes back in third. With Fernando de la Cruz, Consequences. Consequences in a photo finish from I'm a Little Thirsty. Blazing Eyes third. One Little Conquest finish fourth. (107.44 seconds after the maiden. Photo finish, 107.44. Hold all tickets. The judges have posted the run order, unofficial. 4-7-5-2, first number 4. Consequences at 3-5. Number 7, I'm a Little Thirsty, 7-1 on the runner-up. Number 5, Blazing Eyes at 7-1 third. And at 6-1 the 2, One Little Conquest fourth. Fernando de la Cruz. For Liz and Randy Klopp, Consequences out to the maiden fillies ranks. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 4, Consequences, with Fernando de la Cruz. Consequences is a 3-year-old dark bay or brown filly by Forever Doro, out of Big Release by Mr. Big. Out to the maiden fillies ranks here for Liz and Randy Klopp. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Consequences. 3-5 favorite obliges. The result of the first race is now official. First results in the first of 9 on the day. 4-7 exacta, paid $14.60. 50-cent trifecta, 475, paid $15.40. 1 mil conquest was fourth. The 10-cent superfecta, 4752, paid $13.45. In the opener, favorite first, all 7 ran 107.44 seconds after the maiden distaff sprint. 107.44 fast. 20 minutes away now from race 2. In the next dash, scratch number 3, Al Mustanera. There'll be no superfecta wagering featured. No superfecta, scratch number 3, Al Mustanera. Exacta, trifecta, the start of another rolling double. Low 15% takeout on the doubles here going forward. Start of another 50-cent rolling pick 3. Sprint kicks off the $1 early pick 4. Fast track. Post time will be at 2:40 in all cases if you can. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first race replay of the maiden distaff dash. Hope you had a bet on consequences. Main track fast, they're in the gate. Boy, running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Blazing Eyes out to a fast start. Consequences showing her speed, and toward the inside is Wakari, who's tossing that red cap into the ring. It's Wakari making a dash for it from the rail for Alberto Burgos. Has taken the lead from Consequences. Both are Randy Klopp with Blazing Eyes right there with them running in third. One Little Conquest, fourth in the pink now at the 3.5. I'm a Little Thirsty's running in fifth. Shell Shocked is wide now from post 3 as they round the far turn with 3 furlongs to go, while Your Cool trails here in the Tuesday opener. The quarter with a tailwind, 22.75 seconds. These leaders now on the edge of the quarter pole. And here's Blazing Eyes. Blazing Eyes with Consequences, and I'm a Little Thirsty in a black cap as these maiden fillies of mare straighten away. Blazing Eyes. Consequences toward the inside, tries to battle her with 1 furlong to go. On the outside, I'm a Little Thirsty. One Little Conquest with the rail. They come inside the final 16th. Toward the inside, Consequences. Here's I'm a Little Thirsty, who's lifting late. With between them, Blazing Eyes back in third. With Fernando de la Cruz, Consequences. Consequences in a photo finish from I'm a Little Thirsty. Blazing Eyes third. Main track fast, they're in the gate.
Race 2 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis is an allowance. Oh, I'm sorry, my page just got stuck together, my bad. It is an allowance for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. 6 furlongs is the distance here today. And we have a couple of nice horses in here. And you know what? I get so nervous sometimes, like I'm going to jinx them. But today, I just really don't care. I am doing... I'm going to put Tiana on top, Hot Middles here, and I'm putting Michelle on top later. I've got Ray picked as well, Ray Paquette. So all of my locals, all of my people, I'm picking them today. They've got such great horses. I mean, I pick them if they're going to win, but I get nervous about jinxing them. So, but I don't think I'm going to today. I think Hot Middles is ready, and if you look at Tiana's past, when she's turned them back like this, it normally works out really well. Middles got beaten by half a length last time to Akati Flatter on opening day, and she's just pulling him right back here. It's a 4-year-old filly. She's so talented. I think she's just a little tired last year, and that's fine. She won some really nice races, and she's 4 now, like I said. So, but she just has so much talent. She's got a quick turn of foot. I like that she drew the inside. I like that she has Hannah on her. And also, Tiana has bred, owned, and trained this filly. And, I mean, she just takes wonderful care of her. Last year, 5 of 9 still is not bad. Okay, that's the majority of your races in the money. But let's see if we can get her done here. And then Fancy Fascinator. It's a ladies' day in this race because I've got Summer Polly going 1-2 with Hannah. Fancy Fascinator is owned by Steve Moger and trained by Ed Moger as a 5-year-old mare by Sir Prancelot. And she's making her 17th lifetime start. She runs a good race. I think that she's been a little tough. She did race here last year in July. She got off to an okay start. Then she went to Kentucky and ended up kind of falling apart at the end. But she overcame getting off a step slow in that one at Ellis. But what I'm looking about is July 9th, where she did bobble at the start, but she got away second still. I don't know what happened at the end of that race, but then she has gone to Kentucky, and boy, does she like the Polly. A nice third, a couple of nice, handily handled wins in there. Summer being a part of one of them, and then our very own Sammy Bermudez as well. And then I'll round it out with the 6th, Family Alberto Burgess. Up for my girl Michelle. Later, I've got her with a maiden on top. But 4-year-old filly by Sharp Family. Coming off of a double, Alberto Burgess gets the mount. He did ride this one to its 2nd place finish at Turfway on Valentine's Day when this one got moved from Safi. Definitely a very nice horse, and hopefully she runs. I just think that she likes Polly, so that's why I put her 3rd. 1, 2, 6. Evan Roman also has a mount in this race. He's on the 4, and he's just 2 away from 1,000. I don't know the odds or the time because my TV's not showing me, but good luck.
Horseshoe Indianapolis paddock judge Brandy Bell with the call for Riders Up. The horses called postward now for the second race. This race will be run at 6 furlongs, a field of 5. Number 3, Al Mustanira, has been scratched. No superfecta wagering featured. Scratch the 3, Al Mustanira. Race 2 with exacta trifecta. The start of another rolling double. Low 15% takeout on the doubles. This starts another 50-cent rolling pick 3 and the $1 early pick 4. Fast track parading with 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the $1 early pick 4 at hand. Fast track. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Hanalehi with Hot Middles. Summer Pauly, Fancy Fascinator. Fancy Fascinator's joined Hot Middles loading up. Evan Roman with Cavatelli has taken her position. Irving Moncada with Don't Cross Alexis. At 6 furlongs, one more. Alberto Burgos with Family. It's the second of 9 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. And they're off. Even start. Fancy Fascinator, the great Cavatelli going for an early push. They're joined by Don't Cross Alexis, who strides up on the outside with an early bid. It's Cavatelli, who just leads them for Evan Roman. Cavatelli joined toward the inside by Fancy Fascinator, going for an early press now for Summer Pauly to take the top. Fancy Fascinator leads Cavatelli, who pursues as they went past the half-mile pole. Hanalehi with the rail. Hot Middles is right there too. Family on the front outside for Alberto Burgos and Don't Cross Alexis with Irving Moncada also in the thick of it too. They're well grouped. Hot Middles now last of the quintet. The opening quarter was 22.74 seconds as they come past the quarter pole. Family sweeping. Fancy Fascinator just leads them with Hot Middles getting a rail run in orange sleeves. Don't Cross Alexis and Cavatelli into the stretch, into the wind, half mile, 2 ticks over 46. It's Fancy Fascinator with Summer Pauly has a 3-length buffer zone over charging Hot Middles as they come past the 16th. Here comes Hot Middles after Fancy Fascinator with Hanalehi. Hot Middles finishes with determination to track Fancy Fascinator down. Don't Cross Alexis finished third. One 11.54 after the distaff dash. 111.54. 1-2-5-4. The judges now have posted the unofficial run order after race 2. First, number 1, Hot Middles at 4-5. Number 2, Fancy Fascinator. 9-2 is tracked down. Odds on winner. Number 5, Don't Cross Alexis at 16 to 1/3. Cavatelli was 4th. There was no superfecta featured. 1-2-5 it'll be for the trifecta. Hot Middles gets it. 4-5 favorite home. Hanalehi for Thirsty Acres Racing. Tiana Richardville. Hot Middles up in the final strides. The result of the second race official. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle number 1, Hot Middles with Hannah Leahy. Hot Middles is a 4-year-old chestnut filly by Klimt out of the Trippy mare, Pretty Miss Trippy. The now 5-time winner is over the $200,000 career earnings mark for Tiana Richardville's Thirsty Acres Racing LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Hot Middles. Results in 1-2 Exacta paid $11.20. Don't Cross Alexis third. The 50-cent trifecta. 1-2-5 paid $8.95. The opening double. Combining consequences with Hot Middles. Favorites both. $11.40. Low 15% takeout on the doubles at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 111.54. 3 was a non-starter. Favorite first, Hot Middles. 5 ran. 21 minutes away, race 3 is next. One of the miles carded on this Tuesday card. Wednesday racing from 2:10 this week. Back tomorrow from 2:10. Third race mile, number 3, theoretically. Ownership correction should read Patricia's Hope LLC, Vince Foglia. Ownership correction for 3, theoretically. No other changes to pass along in the mile. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. The start of another rolling double with that low 15% takeout, and the start of another rolling 50-cent pick 3 on an all main track card. Post time will be at 3:10. And they're off. Even start, Fancy Fascinator, the great Cavatelli going for an early push. They're joined by Don't Cross Alexis, who strides up on the outside with an early bid. It's Cavatelli, who just leads them for Evan Roman. Cavatelli joined toward the inside by Fancy Fascinator, going for an early press now for Summer Polly to take the top. Fancy Fascinator leads Cavatelli, who pursues as they went past the half-mile pole. Hannah Leahy with the rail. Hot Middles is right there too. Family on the front outside for Alberto Burgos and Don't Cross Alexis with Irving Moncada also in the thick of it too. They're well grouped. Hot Middles now last of the quintet. The opening quarter was 22.74 seconds as they come past the quarter pole. Family sweeping. Fancy Fascinator just leads them with Hot Middles getting a rail run in orange sleeves. Don't Cross Alexis and Cavatelli into the stretch, into the wind, half mile, 2 ticks over 46. It's Fancy Fascinator with Summer Polly has a 3-length buffer zone over charging Hot Middles as they come past the 16th. Here comes Hot Middles after Fancy Fascinator with Hannah Leahy. Hot Middles finishes with determination to track Fancy Fascinator down. Don't Cross Alexis.
Congratulations to Tiana Richardville and my girl Hannah Leahy and my other girl, Hot Middles, on winning the last race. Congratulations to them. It was she's a nice girl. See, I told you she just needed a little time off. We've got a couple of nice races coming up here, and we're going to kick off in race 3 here, and then Dan's going to talk to you about the late Itoba pick 4 in the next race. But here in this allowance, we're going to have a pick 3, and I'm going to go 7-3-8. I switched this around a little bit. I know never change your bet, but I did it before I actually had done the tip sheet. I got to talking today with Steve Bick, and really, he kind of turned me from a couple of other ones that I had in here. I liked the 1 a little bit on the outside. I kind of like the 8, but I switched it around a tad bit. 7-3-8 is what I'm going to go with. Innisfree last, though. I just can't go away from. She's just, look at her. I mean, first of all, that's a big filly. She's a 4-year-old filly. She's dappled out. She just looks fantastic. She always looks fantastic, honestly. She's just the kind of filly that you can tell she's got a thought behind those eyes. You know what I mean? She knows what she's doing. She knows her job. She's been in nothing but handicaps last year. John just found the ones that she was in. She won a few allowances, broke her maiden on April 23rd of 2025. And after that, nice allowance, couple of allowance wins, like I said. And she's a closer, you know, she's always there. She's included in the Super almost every time, but a couple. So, I mean, just a very talented filly, and hoping for her to have a nice run today. So Burgos looking for his first win in the irons here for her. But yes, a filly that does like to sit back and take her time. She likes 2 turns, and she looks it. I mean, she's got the body type for long distance running, and then right into the frame as if it was on cue. Something's going right today, guys. The 3, 9-2. Theoretically, Fernando looking for a double after winning the opener here today. He won the opener for Klopp, and he's up now for Mike Tomlinson. This is a 4-year-old filly by Higher Power. She's making her first time start as well into the 2026. All of these horses, except a few, we've had a start from 1, 2, and 5, 6. So I guess it's actually half the field, really. Have had a start here in the off season, but not the case for Theoretically, who ran 4 times in 2025 and had a first and a second. Broke the maiden on August 16th. In September ran, and then they gave her off again until October. So she ran once a month. I like that they took her time with her. They didn't push her. She finished second to end the year, which was really nice. And I think she's just going to grow even more. She looks wonderful. She's filled out a lot from last year. I watched some of her replays, and some of them she was a little bit hesitant. I feel like she needs to be involved early, and hopefully that's the case. Fernando's pretty good about that. And then my 8 that I mentioned, Sweet Saint. Sweet Saint gets the services of our very own Sammy Bermudez today, and Klopp looking for a double on the card. This is a 4-year-old filly by Prayer Relief, a Prayer for Relief, a sire who stands here in Indiana, obviously, as this is an Indiana-bred race, but do want to give a shout-out to Lee, who handles Prayer for Relief. She does a great job of promoting that sire, and she is one of his progenies. She's ran 6 times and won 4. A 3rd place finish was the other start. So 5 of 6 is not bad. She's also 1 for 1 at the distance when she has ran at a mile, and that was on the slop though on October 7th. She switched to barns recently, or I'm sorry, at the end of the year. She's been with Klopp now, and she has early speed, and she's on the outside. Pretty dangerous combination with Sweet Saints. Jockeys are getting the leg up, and horses are headed to the track for the 3rd race. A filly, a mare, 3-year-old and up, Indiana-bred allowance going a mile. Evan's got one in here too. He's on the 5. He's on a long shot, but he's got a shot. Nevertheless, if you're on a horse, you got a shot. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track for the third race. This race will be run over the mile, a field of 8. Number 3, Theoretically, ownership correction. Ownership should read in your program, Patricia's Hope, LLC, Vince Foglia. Ownership correction for the 3, Theoretically. And there she is. 8 running the mile, exacta trifecta, superfecta. Start of another rolling double. Low 15% takeout and a 50-cent pick 3, races 3, 4, and 5. Fast track with 2 minutes, 2 post time. 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in for the mile. Luis Perez with Fun's Lil Sis. Evan Roman, Yo to Win. The second to take her position in the starting gate, loading for the mile. Mitchell Murrell, What About Now loaded. Alberto Burgos, Innisfree Last, making her 4-year-old seasonal bow. Innisfree Last went it well. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Fifth Wheel. Right now, Innisfree Last 9-5 favorite. Here's Theoretically. Fernando de la Cruz won the opener. Consequences and Hot Middles, our first two sprint winners. Here's Theoretically for Patricia's Hope. Two back on today's Aloha with Happy Match. 47-1 odds on Happy Match, and one more. Samuel Bermudez with Sweet Saint. Over the mile. They're in the gate. They're off. What About Now? Nearest the inside, Fun's Little Sis, along with Theoretically right there with a black cap, and Sweet Saint strides up on the outside as they enter the first turn with Luis Perez. Fun's Little Sis establishing pole position and leads these fillies a mare to the back in front of Sweet Saint, who's now gained second from What About Now, who's in third upon settling, and they have 6 furlongs to run. First run of 2026 for Theoretically, who's running in 4th place, while 3 lengths clear from Yo to Win, who's next, in front of Innisfree Last, who's joined toward the inside by Happy Match, second to last, and Fifth Wheel trails. The first two of 8 furlongs in 24.51 seconds, making this run past the half-mile pole, and Fun's Little Sis dictates the mile. Fun's Little Sis leading, Sweet Saint. What About Now in third? 3/4 length to Theoretically next in 4th. Yo to Win, Innisfree Last, Happy Match, and finally Fifth Wheel. Half mile, 48.23 seconds. They round the far turn, aiming for Fun's Lil Sis, as Sweet Saint is right there now, making a bid for Samuel Bermudez as these leaders come to the quarter pole. Innisfree Last is up into third. Sweet Saint lanes for home. What About Now in between horses? Yo to Win, Theoretically is under pressure. Happy Match and Fifth Wheel last. Top of the stretch, 3/4, 1 minute 13.54 seconds. Sweet Saint leads by 2 into the last. It's Sweet Saint who's finding under pressure. What About Now being held by Sweet Saint as they come past the 16th, and then Yo to Win, Innisfree Last. Fun's Little Sis dropped away. Sweet Saint scores by 4 from What About Now. 7 lengths away, Yo to Win third. Innisfree Last finished back in 4th. 140.64 after the running of race 3. Unofficial 8-6-5-7. First, number 8, Sweet Saint at 2-1. Number 6, What About Now? At 50-1 on the runner-up. 5, Yo to Win at 10-1 third. And number 7, Innisfree Last at 3-1 was fourth. 8-6-5-7, 140.64. Sammy Bermudez. On the Tuesday score sheet, it's a double for Randy Klopp. Sweet Saint, the 2-1 second choice home. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, race 3 official. Number 8, Sweet Saint with Sammy Bermudez. Sweet Saint is a 4-year-old. Dark Bear Brown filly by Prayer for Relief out of Sweet Rate by Exchange Rate. Randy Klopp trains for owner Sandy Patel. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of the mile winner, Sweet Saint, first up in 2026. The 8-6 exacta paid $105 even. 50-cent trifecta, 8-6-5, $266.05. 1-8 double paid $18.20, low 15% takeout on the rolling doubles. Sweet Saint capped off our first pick 3 of the day. 50-cent pick 3 paid out $6.75. Innisfree Last was fourth in the mile. 10-cent superfecta, 8-6-5-7 paid $234.85. And the distaff mile, favorite, Funds Lil Sis, unplaced. All 8 ran, 140.64. Race for our next stop, 20 minutes away. It's a maiden 3-year-old fillies mile. 8 run. No scratches, 5 black rows, a jockey change to Santo Sanjor. Santo Sanjor on the 5 race maiden. Number 5 black rose. Number 8 Quality View goes in the maiden mile for Kiki Cortellis's Town and Country Farms. Kiki Cortellis, ownership correction there. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. The start of another rolling double. 50-cent pick 3, races 4, 5, and 6. Maiden Fillies Mile starts the 50-cent Lead Fire 5. All main track card on a nice one in town. Fast track, post time 3:41. They're in the gate. Thorough. What About Now? Nearest the inside, Fun's Little Sis, along with Theoretically right there with a black cap, and Sweet Saint strides up on the outside as they enter the first turn with Luis Perez. Fun's Little Sis establishing pole position and leads these fillies a mare to the back in front of Sweet Saint, who's now gained second from What About Now, who's in third upon settling, and they have 6 furlongs to run. First run of 2026 for Theoretically, who's running in fourth place, while 3 lengths clear from Yo to Win, who's next, in front of Innisfree last, who's joined toward the inside by Happy Match, second to last, and Fifth Wheel trails. The first 2 of 8 furlongs in 24.51 seconds, making this run past the half-mile pole, and Fun's Little Sis dictates the mile. Fun's Little Sis leading, Sweet Saint. What About Now in third? 3/4 length to Theoretically next in fourth. Yo to Win, Innisfree last, Happy Match, and finally Fifth Wheel. Half mile, 48.23 seconds. They round the far turn, aiming for Fun's Little Sis, as Sweet Saint is right there now, making a bid for Samuel Bermudez as these leaders come to the quarter pole. Innisfree last is up into third. Sweet Saint lanes for home. What About Now in between horses? Yo to Win, Theoretically, is under pressure. Happy Match and Fifth Wheel last. Top of the stretch, 3/4, 1 minute 13.54 seconds. Sweet Saint leads by 2 into the last. It's Sweet Saint who's finding under pressure. What About Now being held by Sweet Saint as they come past the 16th, and then Yo to Win, Innisfree last. Fun's Little Sis dropped away. Sweet Saint scores by 4 from What About Now. 7 lengths away, Yo to Win third, Innisfree last, finished back in fourth. They're in.
There's a Derby celebration Saturday, May 2nd at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Catch all the action featuring live racing at 10:45 a.m. Plus, register to win a $3,000 Derby mega bet. Participate in the $1,000 Derby hat contest. Grab a red rose from the flower cart and enter to win an X-Mark push mower. Call ahead for clubhouse reservations. It's a Derby celebration Saturday, May 2nd at Horseshoe Indianapolis, located off I-74 at exit 109 in Shelbyville.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Eight minutes to the fourth race here, Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we have a 3-year-old maiden special weight. They're going to go a mile on the dirt. We've got an 8-horse field in here, and the favorite is a 4 at 3 to 5, and that is Tarzana. And have to Encino, I believe, and what a wonderful horse that was. But this filly, she looks tremendous, and I did get to talk to Ricky Giannini, who is the assistant trainer for Brad Cox, and he really likes her. He said that he was a little disappointed in that first start, but she completely broke terrible. But she's been really training well, and he also thinks that she did like the distance, so he thinks she's going to like it again today, and then we're just going to try dirt. As you can see at Fairgrounds, she did try on the grass and ended up 7th. It says off slow, so just a little bit of a tough first go of things, and we're bringing her to Indiana now, where Brad's brought very many to break their maidens. I shouldn't even say it, but of course she looks phenomenal. Ricky takes great care of all of his horses. And then I'm going to go, and she's, still 3 to 5. And then I'm going to go to the 8 here, and that is 7 to 2. Quality View. Quality View gets Joe Ramos aboard for Mr. Chris Davis. Chris Davis just really does a great job with his horses they brought here. His wife, Sophie, just recently retired from being a jockey. So be interested to see kind of where we go from here on out. She only came to ride every once in a while, but I'm glad Ramos is up for him. It's close to the last 2 times, one of which with Ramos up on Polly at a mile on February 25th. Ended up kind of getting stuck on the inside there in an 11-horse field, and got second by 8th, and then came back and was second only by 2.5. You know what they say, an improving horse is a dangerous horse, so very interested to see how this one will go. This 3-year-old Grey Roan filly is spicy meatball. I like that move she did. She juked him. All right, move her up. I like that she's spicy. No kidding. Chris Davis trains bred by Lothenbach Stables in Kentucky. Town and Country Farms owns. Just a really nice filly. I'm excited to see what she does here. And then I'm going to round it out with a 7 and 9 to 1. A little bit of a long shot, and that is Summer Date. Fernando de la Cruz looking for another win after winning the opener. Rob Medina is the trainer with this 3-year-old filly by Essential Quality Bluegrass Cat Dam, $170,000 yearling purchase. I can't wait to see what she does as well, as she's been in Kentucky in $120,000 and $110,000 maidens over there at Churchill. So, but wow, what a gray. I hope Dave Portnoy doesn't see this, because that is a very, very beautiful gray. She's really looks like a nice little compact, kind of more sprinter. I don't know if she has the scope, but I'm sure she'll like 2 turns. She's been at it before in all of her starts, but the debut. I'd be interested to see what she does sprinting if she doesn't do anything here. I'd be interested to see what she does sprinting. Maybe her body type sort of does look like a little bit of a sprinter. I don't know that she has the longest scope in the world, but Summer Date interests me a lot for breeding, for the class drop. She's had mud thrown in her face. She's done a little bit of everything, but she's been outrun in her races, and I think just outclassed. Don't forget, Santo Sandra will be riding the 5, Santo Rose, which is a change. But yeah, I'm going to go with Ricky. I value that man's opinion, and he likes his horse Tarzana. And I'm just excited to see what she does here. 4 to 5 on the tote boards. Hard to swallow, but hopefully we can sweeten it up with the other 2 that I have in my trifecta. We're 4 minutes to post as the jockeys get the leg up and headed to the track. Good luck.
Maiden 3-year-old fillies coming onto the track now for the fourth race. It's the fourth of 9 here on an all-main track card at Horseshoe Indianapolis Fast. Here are the maiden 3-year-old fillies. Mile, 8 run, 5 Black Rose, a jockey change to Santo Sanjor. Santo Sanjor rides 5 Black Rose, a 5-race maiden. A Quality View for Town and Country Farms of Kiki Cortellis, ownership correction. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Double Pick 3 starts at the 50-cent late fire 5. 2 minutes to post time, due in 2. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Maiden 3-year-old fillies. Mile starts the 50-cent late fire 5. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading. Luis Perez with Elite Miss. Santos Sanjor, Black Rose, has joined Elite Miss. Alex Achard with Romper. Ronald Hisby, Moonlight Girl, has taken her position in the starting gate. Summer Date, Fernando de la Cruz has a win on the card. Evan Roman with Nancy Mack. Right now, 3-5. Tarzana facing up to the gate. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. in the royal blue. 3-5 on Tarzana. 7-2 Quality View. 9-2 on Black Rose. 8-1 Summer Date. One more, Joe Ramos Quality View. She's been 3 times started on the all-weather Turfway Park over a mile. They're in the heat. And they're off. Tarzana was second to last away, and Moonlight Girl was last to break at the mile start. As they enter the first turn, it's Elite Miss, who leads toward the inside for Luis Perez in front of Black Rose, and toward the inside is Tarzana in the Godolphin blue. Elite Miss, the overall leader at the 6.5. Tarzana being joined by Summer Date with the bid as they go to the back. And then comes in between horses, Romper, black with the gold chevrons, Great Quality View. Moonlight Girl taken back to settle off of heels by Ronald Hisby. And Nancy Mack trails in 8th position. The quarter was 25.18 seconds. Slowerly pace on Elite Miss, allowed to dictate her own terms at 71-1, going past the half-mile pole from Black Rose, second in the close-up for Santos Sanjor. With Summer Date 3 deep on covered. Tarzana toward the inside for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. just held up there as Tarzana. Quality View continues to make steady progress to 3 furlongs from home. Romper with Moonlight Girl, and Nancy Mack remains at the back of the pack. Half mile, 49.52. These leaders coming toward the quarter pole. Black Rose has taken the lead. Quality View continues to come with a bit on the outside for Joe Ramos, and Tarzana now splits them as these maiden 3-year-old fillies straighten away. Summer Date is 4th. 3/4 woman at 14.40 seconds. Tarzana's in the middle. Quality View on the outside has a gray nose in front. 1 furlong to go. A 3-way throwdown coming past the 16th, and Black Rose battles on. Further back to Summer Date in 4th. It's Black Rose for Santos Sanjor. Black Rose dug her heels in and thwarts Quality View and Tarzana. Summer Date finished 4th, well cleared. $141.83 out to the maiden 3-year-old fillies mile. 5 Black Rose, 3-1 Gamely first. The judges taking a look at a place photo. It was 5-1 on Quality View, 3-5 on the 4 Tarzana. 7 Summer Date finishes back in 4th after a mile. 141.83 Black Rose getting off the mark in her 6th run. Connect filly. Santos Sanjor for Cipriano Contreras. A 3-1 winner starts the late Fire 5. The judges have confirmed number 8 Quality View was the runner-up. 4 Tarzana 3rd, and 7 Summer Date 4th. 5-8, 4 runs 3rd, Summer Date 4th. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, number 5, Black Rose. Game and victory for Santos Sanjor. Black Rose is a 3-year-old dark bay brown filly by Connect out of the Indian Charlie mare, Ginned Up. Racing for Andrew Napzik and trainer Cipriano Contreras' Contreras Stable Incorporated. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Black Rose. Graduation Day. The result of the fourth race official. Result just confirmed by the judges. 5-8-4-7. Black Rose has beaten home Quality View Tarzana. Summer date fourth official after race 4. The 5-8 exacta paid $41.80. 50-cent trifecta 5-8-4 paid $28.20. 50-cent pick 3 returned $13.90. 8-5 double $41.80. Summer date was 4th. 10-cent superfecta 5-8-4-7 paid $12.11. Pick 3 again $13.90. 1 and or 3 with the 8 with Black Rose the 5. Pick 3 $13.90. All they ran 141.83. Favorite third. 19 minutes away. Race 5 is next. And the sprint, no changes, 7 run. No changes in the next. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Sprinters to start the $1 late pick 4, daily presented by Itoba. Post time will be at 4:11. They're in the heat. And they're off. Tarzana was second to last away, and Moonlight Girl was last to break at the mile start as they enter the first turn. It's Elite Miss, who leads toward the inside for Luis Perez in front of Black Rose, and toward the inside is Tarzana in the Gondolfin Blue. Elite Miss, the overall leader at the 6.5. Tarzana being joined by Summer Date with the bid as they go to the back. And then comes in between horses, Romper, black with the gold chevrons, great Quality View. Moonlight Girl taken back to settle off of heels by Ronald Hisby. And Nancy Mack trails in 8th position. The quarter was 25.18 seconds. Slowerly paced on Elite Miss, allowed to dictate her own terms at 71-1, going past the half-mile pole from Black Rose, second and a close-up for Santo Sanjor. With Summer Date 3 deep uncovered. Tarzana toward the inside for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. just held up there as Tarzana. Quality View continues to make steady progress. The 3 furlongs from home, Romper with Moonlight Girl, and Nancy Mack remains at the back of the pack. Half mile, 49.52. These leaders coming toward the quarter pole. Black Rose has taken the lead. Quality View continues to come with a bit on the outside for Joe Ramos, and Tarzana now splits them as these maiden 3-year-old fillies straighten away. Summer Date is 4th. 3/4, 1 minute 14.40 seconds. Tarzana's in the middle. Quality View on the outside has a gray nose in front. 1 furlong to go. A 3-way throwdown coming past the 16th. And Black Rose battles on. Further back to Summer Date in 4th. It's Black Rose for Santo Sanjor. Black Rose dug her heels in and thwarts Quality View and Tarzana. Summer Date finished 4th, well clear. Park.
Good morning, everybody, and I am FBG Dan, and this is the Itoba Pick 4 from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Race 5. We are going to start with a single. I know you're either in and out right away, right? But I just can't get around this horse of Steve Asmussen's Storm Forged with Ramos second off the layoff, shipping in from the fairgrounds. Just seems like he's just too much for this field. So we are going to start singling the 4 Storm Forged, and then we go to the second leg, which is the 6th race today, which will go off at about 4:45 Eastern time. We're going to try to get through with 2 of them because we want to kind of stack the back end of this pick 4 with a bunch of options and a bunch of prices. So we're going to use the 1 Straight Shooting Larry with the shortstop Concepcion going a mile for Keith DeSormo. Speed, I'm hoping he goes right to the lead, and then we'll just see how far he can take them. And then we're not going to bet the pick 4 without a Brad Cox first-time starter here. So you get Dela Cruz for Juddmonte. That's the 3 horse. So we're going to take the Brad Cox and the Keith DeSormo, the 1 and the 3, and we'll just leave it at that. In the 6th race. So now in the 7th, we've got plenty of budget. So all you small players out there that don't want to spend the 90 to 100 bucks, all you got to do is chisel a few off here in the last 2 legs. We are going to spread like crazy. After the scratch of the 2, we're going to take the 1 Go Bali Go. We're going to take the 3 Professor Higgins. We're going to take the 4 Vaccinator. We're going to take the 7 Company You Keep, who should be a pretty good price. I'm hoping for somewhere in that 6 to 8 to 1 area. And then the big price is Gerald Ray. I can't even pronounce it. It's the 8 horse with Contreras. Probably going to be somewhere in the 10 to 1 area. But that's the key. We're trying to take some prices. We want to get that 7 or 8 home here in the 7th race because that will make the whole ticket. So 1, 3, 4, 7, 8. And I'm trying to make this a pick 3 by taking the all button in the last leg. So if you're a small player and you can't take all 10 of these in the last leg, I always say this, cut it in half. If we cut it in half, we take the 1, 2, 3, 4, 10. That's 5 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10. If you want to cut this whole bet in half, and then it's only going to cost you 50 bucks. I'm going to hit the all button. I'm looking for chaos in the last race. So 4 with 1, 3, with 1, 3, 4, 7, 8, with all. This is Dan Cronin, FBG Dan Cronin, with the Itoba $1 minimum pick 4. Good luck, everybody.
The horses stepping onto the track for the fifth race. This sprint will be run at 6 furlongs, a field of 7. There are no changes, all 7 run. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. The start of another rolling double. 50-cent pick 3. The $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba starts here on the sprint. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Less than a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Yamari Correa with Tiempos Buenos. Joe Ramos, Storm Forged. Last out, fifth, two Englishmen at the fairgrounds. JR Jimmy, Simmer Bermudez on the Tuesday score sheet. Jose Gutierrez, Love and Lights, went it well. Alberto Burgos, Zapping Strike coming up. Just a couple of them back. Irving Moncada with Penitent. Stormforged, 3-5 favorite. At 6 furlongs, standby, one more. Luis Contreras with Airdrop, making his 3-year-old seasonal bow. All in line. They're off and sprinting. Stormforged was Sharp Away. Real Sharp Away, Stormforged. Right to the lead for Joe Ramos and leads them through the first furlong and a half from Zapping Strike, who's vying for second with, toward the inside, Tiempos Buenos with a bid, and right there, Love and Lights in between horses. They chase Stormforged, who leans past the half-mile pole. Airdrop is up into a wide fifth from JR Jimmy and Penitent Trails. The opening quarter with a tailwind for Stormforged. 22.49 seconds, 3 furlongs away. It's Stormforged as Zapping Strike makes a bid on the outside now for Alberto Burgos. Stormforged just leans Zapping Strike. Now as they come past the quarter pole, 4 clear from Love and Lights, who straightens away in third. Airdrop is wide, Tiempos Buenos, and then farther back to both Penitent and JR Jimmy. The half mile, 45.18 seconds with Joe Ramos. It is Stormforged who carries those Wafnan Racing Silks into this final furlong with a 5-length lead now. And it stands on Zapping Strike with Love and Lights gaining toward the inside now into second. Stormforged. Stormforged gained to wire by 5 from Love and Lights. Zapping Strike third. And Penitent gained fourth from Airdrop back in fifth. Stormforged. First up from Fairgrounds in 110.89 seconds. One 10.89 after the dash. 4, 5, 6 stand by for the fourth of photo. 4 Stormforged. 3-5 first. 5 Love and Lights. 3-1 second to Stormforged. 6 Zapping Strike at 5-1 third. Fourth up to the judges. Stormforged. Joe Ramos for the Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen. A Wafnan Racing win here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Stormforged at 3-5 home. The judges have posted number 3, Penitent fourth, Airdrop fifth. 4-5, 6-3 gets into the frame for fourth. Result official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 4, Stormforged with Joe Ramos. Stormforged is a 3-year-old bank colt by Vacoma. Out of the Liam's Map Mare, Claire Let It Be. Steve Asmussen trains for Wafnan Racing. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Stormforged. Results in after the sprint. The 4-5 exacta paid $8 even, 50-cent trifecta, 4-5-6, $5.80. 5-4 double, $18.80 after the low 15% takeout on our doubles. Penitent getting into the frame. 10-cent superfecta, 4-5-6-3, paid out $9.43. The $1 early pick 4 out of 4, $56.50. Stormforged capped off a 50-cent pick 3. On races 3, 4, and 5, paid $12.65, 50-cent early pick 5, 5 of 5, $57.50. In the sprint, favorite first, all 7 ran, 110.89. 21 minutes away now from race 6, maiden mile. Number 2, En Pont, is a first-time gelding. Designation FTG, first-time gelding. On the 2, En Pont. The 4, Senior Valentine. Program correction. He did not wear blinkers last time out when racing here. No blinkers today for the 4, Senior Valentine. There should be no equipment change listed in your program. Once again, number 4, Senior Valentine did not wear blinkers last time out. No blinkers today. Thus, it should be not noted as an equipment change. All they run, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. The first 10-cent grand high 5, pentafecta, here on the maiden mile. Starts another rolling double and 50-cent pick 3. Post time will be at 4:42. All in line. They're off and sprinting. Stormforged was sharp away. Real sharp away, Stormforged. Right to the lead for Joe Ramos and leads them through the first furlong and a half from Zapping Strike, who's vying for second with, toward the inside, Tiempos Buenos with a bid, and right there, Love and Lights in between horses. They chase Stormforged, who leans past the half-mile pole. Airdrop is up into a wide 5th from J.R. Jimmy and Penitent Trails. The opening quarter with a tailwind for Stormforged. 22.49 seconds, 3 furlongs away. It's Stormforged as Zapping Strike makes a bid on the outside now for Alberto Burgos. Stormforged just leans Zapping Strike. Now as they come past the quarter pole, 4 clear from Love and Lights, who straightens away in third. Airdrop is wide, Tiempos Buenos, and then farther back to both Penitent and J.R. Jimmy. The half mile, 45.18 seconds with Joe Ramos. It is Stormforged who carries those Wafnan Racing Silks into this final furlong with a 5-length lead now. And it extends on Zapping Strike with Love and Lights gaining toward the inside now into second. Stormforged. Stormforged gained to wire by 5 from Love and Lights. Zapping Strike third, and Penitent gained fourth from Airdrop. All
tell us your name and where you're from.
I'm Micah Meeks, and I'm from Northern California.
And tell us how you got into horse racing, Micah.
I was working at a tack store, and I had a coworker that knew somebody on the track, and I'd been show jumping for a long time, but I always wanted to gallop, and I always wanted to be a jockey, and they offered me a tour of the backside. I went, yes, please, and then I begged a trainer for a job, and here I am.
I think racehorse barns are the best spelling barns in any horse field, personally.
Yeah.
So tell us, you were just saying you do some homework we were talking about. So do you handicap your own races?
Always. And I'll look at, what the handicappers are picking, handicap my own races, watch replays. I do, yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're so glad you moved your tack to Indiana, and I hope, tell everybody who your agent is.
Jeremy Ackridge.
Okay, awesome.
Bugsy.
Bugsy's the best.
Welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis on a beautiful Tuesday here in Shelbyville, Indiana. We kick off those rolling daily doubles, pick threes, exactas, trifectas, superfectas as well. And those daily doubles, as of today, 15% takeout. They've been all the rage. A lot of bettors diving into those doubles as well. We'll kick off anew in here with race number 6. Going to be favored potentially is Chandrite, the first-time starter for Brad Cox, the 3-year-old colt by Curlin is a homebred for Juddmonte, but I'm going to go in an entirely different direction. I'm going to go to another classic ownership group, Godolphin. Had to settle for second earlier today with Mr. Brad Cox, but this is a homebred for Godolphin. Wearing those blue silks will be Alex Ashard, who doesn't bring his talents and services to Horseshoe Indianapolis as much as we would like, but when he does, he's usually very successful at not only picking up paychecks, but picking up the kind that pay 60% of the purse versus something less. This one goes out for Owen Hardy. In here, a 3-year-old gelding by Street Boss out of Elaine's Cat. Now, Elaine's Cat, she never raced, but she's been pretty successful as a broodmare. In fact, she produced Remuda, who had racked up over 150,000, had 4 victories, both on the dirt as well as the turf, even tried the synthetic as well, and then also Dolarain, who also was a 6-figure earner, and just recently, in fact, just a couple of weeks ago, if I remember right, Dolarain was over at Keeneland on the turf running in a very nice allowance race as well. So has produced some good runners. However, most of their success has come on the turf. Now, Astound, you'd have to go back, but this horse debuted sprinting on the dirt at Keeneland, and in both dirt tries was trounced, beaten by City Blocks repeatedly, but did have John Velasquez aboard, went off at 20-1, $103,000 allowance race at Keeneland, and then tried $122,000 maiden special weight at Churchill going 2 turns. Both of them didn't go very well. Now dropped down to maiden claiming last time out and really woke up. Was it the time off? Is he progressing from 2 to 3, or was it that this horse simply needs the turf or the synthetic to show his best hand? I do like that they go back to maiden special weight. I think it's fairly a lateral move from maiden claiming over at turf weight to maiden special weight in here, and I'm willing to forgive those 2 dirt tries. I don't think that Astound is just going to be purely synthetic or turf. It has trained at Turfway and had some very nice workouts. The workouts that I was fortunate to watch since that last race were very nice. This is a horse who can absolutely run, but hasn't put it together in the afternoon like he has shown in the morning. I'm sure that's become very frustrating for the ownership group, but we'll see if Astound gets in with his friends today. He's drawn to the outside. I think he's going to like that. He should be able to handle the distance. The dirt is still a question mark since he's training on this synthetic over at Turfway, but he trains well. We'll see if he can run well in the afternoon. He's great value in here at 7-2. Down on the inside is Straight Shootin' Larry, Axel Concepcion, or as Fat Bald Guy calls him, Shortstop. Going to team up with Keith DeSormo in here, 3-year-old colt by Authentic out of Something New. The trainer's winning at 14% over his last 5 months, which is higher than his yearly total at 9%. He's 17% going turf to dirt. However, he hasn't always sent the most live animals to Horseshoe Indianapolis. Maybe he's just had some bad luck. It is a small sample size, but over the past 5 years, he's only winning at 10%. Now, on paper, this looks like the horse to catch to cash, but unusually here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, you haven't necessarily always wanted to be on the lead. It's actually played pretty favorable to horses coming from off the pace. I think Straight Shootin' Larry has a great post. He's the fastest of this group. He's strictly the one to catch, but does someone jump up and press? Has been the beaten favorite at Delta Downs at even money, in which he missed the board. There was really no excuse to miss the board in that race. He went fairly slow over at Delta Downs, 115 to the 3/4, and still couldn't hang on for 4th. Turf to dirt in play. Keith DeSormo, Axel Concepcion, the one to catch to cash, but just not providing much value at 7-2. The 5 is maybe the best value of the bunch in here. Peyton's Hammer for LCI LLC. Pena going to be calling the shots in here for Kyle Caramoli, a 3-year-old colt by Game Winner. They paid $80,000, 4 times the stud fee back in 2024. They saw something they liked, and they've continued to show that constant positivity about Peyton's Hammer despite the results thus far. Debuted at Turfway going 5 furlongs, finished 4th, beat half the field home, and then they went to a $110,000 stakes race just a couple of weeks ago in which the top 2 put on an absolute show. It was a match race between Gilded Bandit and Deep Flame. They ended up about 14 lengths clear of the rest of that field. Now Peyton's Hammer gets to try 2 turns. This 3-year-old colt is out of Snack Shack, a 4-time winner who did most of her running on the turf. She did bank almost 6 figures, and she's produced horses that like to go a route of ground. In fact, the sibling, Steen, just won in September at Evangeline, going 1 mile as well. Likes to be on the lead. Peyton's Hammer could get brave up top, stretches out, comes in from Keeneland, being overlooked right now at 11-1 on the board, but the bettors have made Shondrite the favorite. The homebred is a 3-year-old colt by Curlin out of Star Front. The works on synthetic this winter, undesirable in my opinion, and that would be putting it very politely. The mare did win on debut, but never won again. This is the first full. Cox dominates with first-time starters at 21%, but he wins routing at Indiana with first-time starters at 28%. There's no doubt about it. The numbers are elite. However, if you watch what I watch, how this horse trained in the synthetic at Turfway earlier this year, it wasn't pretty. You wouldn't be settling for 6-5, let alone 6-1. However, I've been wrong before, and I'm likely to be wrong again, especially betting against Brad Cox and Fernando de la Cruz. We'll see if the money's spot on in here as the rider's set for a leg up, 4 minutes away from race number 6.
Well, horses called postward now for the 6th race. This maiden 3-year-old mile, fast track all 8 run. Number 2, En Pointe. First time gelding. FTG, the designation. There's the first time gelding, the 2, En Pointe. Number 4, Senior Valentine. Program correction. Just to note, he did not wear blinkers last time out. Blinkers not worn here by 4, Senior Valentine. That should be noted, not noted in your program as an equipment change. No equipment change for 4, Senior Valentine. Did not wear blinkers last time out. No blinkers here in the maiden mile. No need for an equipment change note. 8 start. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. The start of another rolling double. Now low 15% takeout on the doubles here this season. Start of a 50-cent pick 3, races 6, 7, 8. 10-cent grand high 5. First Pentafecta featured on the card. All main track card fast and due off soon. The maiden mile. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Axel Concepcion with straight shooting Lowry. Payton's Hammer. Pedro Pena claims the 10-pound apprentice allowance. Danny Sheehy, Music Theory loaded. Mitchell Morrow with En Pointe. Martin Garcia, up comes Houston. Houston went it well. Fernando de la Cruz. Here's the first-time starter, Condrite. 7-5 favorite, Condrite, 2 back. Senor Valentine, Samer Bermudez has a win on the card, 1 more. Alex Achard, Royal Blue, 3-time started, Astound. Over the mile, they're in the game. They're off. Senor Valentine toward the inside, En Pointe with a white cap. And right there is Senor Valentine with an early bid, moving up in between horses, wide both Houston and Astound in the Godolphin Blue, must be in the 5 path or so. Out in front, it's En Pointe, who's joined on the outside by Senor Valentine as these leaders go to the back of the track while racing 6 clear. From on the outside, Houston, who's just up into 3rd. From toward the inside is Straight Shootin' Larry and Peyton Sammer in between horses. And then comes Astound, who's out deep on the track with Music Theory 2nd to last. And the Juddmonte newcomer, Condrite, has dropped back to 8th and last. The quarter 23.96 seconds. Here's the half-mile pole, and it's Senor Valentine and En Pointe toward the inside. They remain locked in battle through a half-mile in 47.58. Houston's running 3rd here in the mile as they go to 3 furlongs from home. And then nearest the inside under pressure is Peyton's Hammer with inside 3 furlongs to go. Astound is picking up. So they come toward the top of the stretch. Here's Houston up now to Senor Valentine, and Astound is right there at the point of attack. In between horses, Straight Shootin' Larry. Condrite in a pink cap on the extreme outside. En Pointe vibe, but has dropped back as they straighten away with in between horses, Peyton's Hammer, and finally Music Theory. These maiden 3-year-olds into the stretch half mile. 47.58, 3/4, 112.85, a furlong to go for Houston. Houston just clings on. Astound coming with a long run. They're joined to the inside by Peyton's Hammer, who's still boxing on. With Alex Achard, it's Astound narrowly. Astound at the finish. Astound over game Houston. Peyton's Hammer was 3rd, and then Straight Shootin' Larry and Condrite next. .140.24 after the maiden mile. We're standing by for the run order from the judges. It was 3-1 on Astound, son of Street Boss. Alex Achard for Owen Hardy and a Godolphin win. 8 Astound first. 7 Houston. 6-1 second. Game effort. 5 Peyton's Hammer. 15-1, getting in for third after a mile. 1, Straight Shoots and Lowry at 9-2, fourth in the maiden. And 3, Juddmont's newcomer, Condrite, 6-5, back in fifth for the Grand High Five. There's Astound, gets off the mark in his fourth career start. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle number 8, Astound, with Alex Ajar. Astound is a 3-year-old dark bay brown gelding by Street Boss. And a Lane's Cat by Discreet Cat. Owen Hardy trains for breeder and owner Godolphin of Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Astound out to the maiden ranks today. The 8-7 exacta paying $37.60. 50-cent trifecta, 8-7-5, $69.25. The 10-cent Grand High Five pentafecta was capped off by Condrite, 8-7-5-1-3, $218.36. Straight Shooter Lowry was fourth, Condrite fifth. 10-cent superfecta, 8-7-5-1, returned $49.89, and Astound capped off a 50-cent pick three. 50-cent pick 3, 5 with the 4 with the 8, $16.20. All 8 ran 140.24 after the maiden mile, 140.24 seconds. 20 minutes away, race 7 is next to the 9. In the mile, scratch 2, last chance, Luis, and the 5, Red Hill. Scratch the 2 and the 5 from the mile. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta, double. The mile will start. The $5 last call, late thoroughbred daily double. Starts at the last call double. Low 15% takeout on all doubles here this meet. And the 10-cent Grand High Five, pentafecta, also featured on the mile. And it starts our final 50-cent rolling pick 3 of the day. Fast track off at 5:13. They're in the game. They're off. Senor Valentine toward the inside, en pointe with a white cap. And right there is Senor Valentine with an early bid, moving up in between horses, wide both Houston and Astound. And the Godolphin Blue must be in the 5 path or so. Out in front, it's en pointe, who's joined on the outside by Senor Valentine as these leaders go to the back of the track while racing 6 clear. From on the outside, Houston, who's just up into 3rd. From toward the inside is Straight Shootin' Lowry and Peyton Sammer in between horses. And then comes Astound, who's out deep on the track with Music Theory second to last. And the Juddmonte newcomer, Condrite, has dropped back to 8th and last. The quarter 23.96 seconds. Here's the half-mile pole, and it's Senor Valentine and On Point toward the inside. They remain locked in battle through a half-mile in 47.58. Houston's running third here in the mile as they go to 3 furlongs from home. And then nearest the inside under pressure is Peyton's Hammer with inside 3 furlongs to go. Astound is picking up. So they come toward the top of the stretch. Here's Houston up now to Senor Valentine, and Astound is right there at the point of attack. In between horses, Straight Shoot and Larry. Condrite in a pink cap on the extreme outside. On Point Vibe, but has dropped back as they straighten away with in between horses, Peyton's Hammer, and finally Music Theory. These maiden 3-year-olds into the stretch half mile. 47.58, 3/4, 112.85, a furlong to go for Houston. Houston just clings on. Astound coming with a long run. They're joined to the inside by Peyton's Hammer, who's still boxing on. With Alex Ashard, it's Astound narrowly. Astound at the finish. Astound over game Houston. Peyton's Hammer was third, and then Street, they're in the game.
favorite off the board. The first-time starter has to settle for less today as Godolphin, with that experience, goes from the synthetic to the dirt and gets the nose down right at the wire. 3-1 over 6-1 in there for a very healthy exacta, and a nice trifecta as well, 15-1 underneath in race number 6. We'll stretch them out. Again, see, that's why I'm an analyst and not an announcer. The words oftentimes just do not come out properly. We'll stretch it out to another 1 mile in here. Love those 2 turns returning to Horseshoe Indianapolis on day 5 of the 123-day meet. Scratch numbers 2 and 5 out of this event leaves us with a competitive field of 7 set to go to the gate. 2 more thoroughbred races before you give way to the beautiful and talented Martha. She'll take you through race number 9, a 300-yard sprint. But let's look at this final pick 3 of the day now, just 7 minutes away, and I happen to favor the favorite in this spot. I was hoping to get somewhere near that 5-1 morning line, but that looks too good to be true in here. Currently 8-5. The DRF projections would indicate that the 8-5 is here to stick around. Ray Paquette the third owns and trains Company You Keep, who's a consistent sort with earnings just under $80,000. 9 for 19 in the trifecta, winless so far on the year. However, 4 of those starts all came this winter at Turfway Park. Now, he has shown an affinity for the synthetic in the past, so the fact that he went 0 for 4, a little bit of a surprise, because he does have 1 win, 2 seconds and 2/3 over at Turfway on the synthetic, and he wasn't necessarily in his best form, but he wasn't in his worst form. He ran in a lot of live races in which Nip and Tuck was in, or Gucci Man, a next out winner as well, and then found some class droppers with JP Hellish and Hard Mission as well in his most recent start on March 14th. But comes in for connections that do win races. Ray Paquette has had himself a very nice meet here the past 5 years or so since I've been here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And a horse for course. It's a horse who was in good form last year, got the job done at 4-5 on September 17th, in which they were allowed to just sit right off the leaders and kind of pounce. He doesn't necessarily want the lead. He'll certainly take it if they give it to him, but he usually prefers to sit just right on someone's flank or right on their hip, and he's favorably drawn to the outside in here, where he may do just that in this spot. He should get a great trip, but he's also into the stablemate as well, Vaccinator, who is a 1-run deep closer. So I got to imagine that Company You Keep is likely going to be forwardly placed in this spot, showing speed on the front end, where they'll have 2 opportunities to win. Either Company You Keep can go slow and stay on late, or Vaccinator can swoop by when it's all said and done, and St. Bermuda's might push past. But Go Bali Go on the stretch out has recency over those top or over the stablemates and Ray Paquette. But Go Bali Go ran here on April 8th. It was our second day in what could be a very live race. It was a claiming 12-5. Did run protected that day off of the layoff. Went off at 39-1 and just kind of stayed on evenly. Actually, when I watched the replay back, you would have thought that this horse was evening out or kind of flattening, but when the wire came, he was really just getting going. He was kind of just starting. Now, you do have some things to overcome. This is a 7-year-old who hasn't won in 2 years. He's never hit the board in 4 starts at Indiana. He's never hit the board in 5 starts at this distance, but he's got recency. I liked his replay, and there's upside at 9-2. And speaking of upside at 9-2, Gerald Redapple Gray, Luis Contreras for Don Juan in here, 2-time winner, 16 starts. Draw a line through that last race. That's all I can say is draw a line completely through it, squeezed back at the start, made a mid-race move before tiring, had a ton of excuses, and has had success around 2 turns in the past. The dirt remains a question mark, but with a cleaner break today, there is value for Gerald Ray, Dapple Gray, and Luis Contreras in post position number 8. But I'm all about the chalk in here. A single in the late pick 4, pick 5 for me. Company You Keep. Ray Paquette owns and trains. Even money on the board. 7, 1, and 8 as we're 4 minutes away from the final pick 3 on a Tuesday at the Shoe.
A late paddock shoe repair for number 1, Go Bally Go, here ahead of the mile. Horses remain in the walking ring. Scheduled post time 5:13. Now a late paddock shoe repair for the 1, Go Bally Go. Stepping onto the track for the 7th race. A field of 7 here for the mile. Scratch the 2, Last Chance Luis, and the 5, Red Hill. Scratch the 2 and the number 5. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. The 10-cent Grand High 5, Pentafecta, featured here on the mile. This starts our final 50-cent pick 3 of the day. The mile is the first half of the $5 last call, late Thoroughbred Daily Double. Now a late scratch. Number 9, Falcon Quest, has now been ordered scratched by the stewards upon recommendation of the track veterinarian. Now a scratch from the mile. Take out 9, Falcon Quest. All wagers here on 9, Falcon Quest. There will be refunds due. Eight and 9 will be a consolation double. 8-9 consolation double. Those using 9 Falcon Quest in a multi-race major, those now transfer to the post-time favorite. Now scratch 9 Falcon Quest. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. Loading now for the mile. Danny Sheehy with pipes and drums. First to take his position in the starting gate. Mitchell Merle, Go Bally Go with late paddock shoe repair. Now Company You Keep. Joe Ramos won a sprint with Stormforged. Constantino Roman with Professor Higgins. Samer Bermudez Vaccinator. Company You Keep, both for Ray Paquette the third and one more. Luis Contreras with Gerald Rain, Dapple Gray. 9 Falcon Quest to late scratch. And they're off. Go Bally Go, away alertly from the rail. Right there is Pipes and Drums, along with Company You Keep and even Vaccinator up with them as they enter the first turn and wide. As they round the first turn, Gerald Rain, Dapple Gray, it's Go Bally Go. Went to the front for Mitchell Merle and controls it at the 6.5. Tracked by Professor Higgins in the Gold Silks after a length and a half. Pipes and Drums joined on the outside by Company You Keep. Vaccinator with Gerald Ray, Dapple Gray. The first of 8 furlongs, 3 ticks over 25. It's Go Bally Go. Go Bally Go in front, leads by 3/4 of a length. Constantino Roman has Professor Higgins right there with the front runner, Go Bally Go, for the run toward the half-mile pole. 3 lengths away to nearest the inside. Pipes and Drums just in third for Danny Sheehy. Joe Ramos and Company You Keep running in fourth, with Luis Contreras, Gerald Rain, Dapple Gray running second to last, and making his 5-year-old seasonal bow onto the hands of Samer Bermudez. Vaccinator trails after the mile start. 48.79 for the second part. It's Go Bally Go, tackled on the outside by Company You Keep, and right there in between them, but under pressure, Professor Higgins, as Gerald Ray, Dapple Gray is coming with a bid. Then the Pipes and Drums and Vaccinator. 3/4 and a flat, 114, top of the lane. Company You Keep has come away in front. 1 furlong to go with Joe Ramos. Company You Keep leads by 3. Go Bally Go second, and staying on toward the inside from the Gerald Rain, Dapple Gray, and then Vaccinator fourth. It's Company You Keep. Company You Keep strides away to win by 6 from Go Belly Go, who holds Gerald Ray Dapple Gray. Vaccinator finished back in 4th. $139.68 after the running of race 7. Unofficial, 7-1-8-4 in the 3 for 5th. First number 7, Company You Keep at 3-5. 1 Go Bally Go at 2-1 was the runner-up. 8 Gerald Ray, Dapple Gray, 7-1 third. Number 4 Vaccinator, 6-1 fourth in his first run of the year. And Professor Higgins, 5th of 6. Late scratch on 9 Falcon Quest. 8 and 9 for that consolation double. The 9 was a non-runner. Multi-race wagers on 9 Falcon Quest switched to the post-time favorite, and that was the winner, Company You Keep. Joe Ramos riding double here for Ray Paquette III. Company You Keep was the 3-5 favorite. The result of the 7th race mile official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 7, Company You Keep, a running double for Joe Ramos. Company You Keep is a 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Audible out of Wonderstone by Super Saver. Owned and trained by Ray Paquette III. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Company You Keep, paid 3-5. Results in after the mile. 7-1 exacta paid $7.40. 50-cent trifecta, 7-1-8, $6.10. Vaccinator was 4th. The 10-cent superfecta, 7-1-8-4, came back $1.82. 50-cent pick 3, $8.25, capped off by Company You Keep. 8-7 double, paid $25 even. There's an 8-9 consolation double, $8.60 after a late scratch on 9 Falcon Quest. 10-cent pentafecta, $6.19. Professor Higgins was 5th, 7-1-8-4-3 for the 10-cent Grand High 5 that remained featured. In the mile, the 2, 5, and 9 were non-starters. Favorite first, 6 ran, 139.68. Last 2 on the day. Wednesday card from 2:10 p.m. Eastern Hope you can join us back here at the races tomorrow from 2:10. Race 8, there are no changes in the maiden sprint, all 10 run. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and the 10-cent pentafecta, final rolling double of the day with the low 15% takeout on all doubles featured at the meet. Post time 5:49. Nine Falcon Quest awaits your asphalt in. And they're off. Go Belly Go. Away alertly from the rail. Right there is Pipes and Drums, along with Company You Keep and even Vaccinator up with them as they enter the first turn and wide. As they round the first turn, Gerald Ray, Dapple Gray, it's Go Belly Go. Went to the front for Mitchell Merle and controls it at the 6.5. Tracked by Professor Higgins in the Gold Silks after a length and a half. Pipes and Drums joined on the outside by Company You Keep, Vaccinator with Gerald Ray, Dapple Gray. The first of 8 furlongs, 3 ticks over 25. It's Go Belly Go. Go Belly Go in front, leads by 3/4 of a length. Constantino Roman has Professor Higgins right there with the front runner, Go Belly Go, for the run toward the half-mile pole. 3 lengths away to nearest the inside. Pipes and Drums just in third for Danny Sheehy. Joe Ramos and Company You Keep running in fourth, with Luis Contreras, Gerald Ray, Dapple Gray running second to last, and making his 5-year-old seasonal bow onto the hands of Samuel Bermudez. Vaccinator trails after the mile start. 48.79 for the second part. It's Go Belly Go, tackled on the outside by Company You Keep, and right there in between them, but under pressure, Professor Higgins, as Gerald Ray, Dapple Gray is coming with a bid. Then the Pipes and Drums and Vaccinator. 3/4 and a flat, 114, top of the lane. Company You Keep has come away in front. 1 furlong to go with Joe Ramos. Company You Keep leads by 3. Go Belly Go second, and staying on toward the inside from the Gerald Ray, Dapple Gray, and then Vaccinator fourth. It's Company You Keep. Company You Keep strides away to win by 6 from Go Belly Go, who holds Gerald Ray, Dapple Gray. Vaccinator. 9 Falcon.
10 minutes away from race number 8, your final 15% takeout daily double opportunity featuring both breeds and the thoroughbreds and the quarter horses. But a beautiful Tuesday it was here at Horseshoe Indy, but still plenty of racing action, plenty of opportunities to get some money back. Hopefully you're still alive in those low takeout pick 4s and pick 5s. Some decent payouts as well. We had some beaten favorites along the way. We did kick it off the Itoba pick 4 with the favorite. The Asmussen runner went off at about 3 to 5 and paid $3.20, but strung along some beaten favorites along the way, and the payouts are pretty decent. It helps when you find those and identify those low takeout opportunities because it's less money taken out of the pool, more money returned to the bettors. But unless you hit the all button, you are not home and cooled out, not by a long opportunity in here, because race number 8 is now 9 minutes away, and it is completely wide open. It looks like anyone's game right now, and it's a guessing board on who's going to go off favored, if not the winner in this spot. So let's take a look at this field. No scratches or changes, 10 of them all looking for their first career victory. I'm going to go to See You When You Get Here for Greg Bland. He owns and trains this 4-year-old bay gelding by Hit It a Bomb, who made one lone start at 3, and it was a very nice start. Went off at 17 to 1. The top 2 were miles clear of the rest of that field. It was a very strung out field. And See You When You Get Here chased home Going Sense, who was favored that day, dug down deep, and repelled See You When You Get Here. But this was a professional debut. This was a 3-year-old making a first-time starter for a trainer who just doesn't have that many in the back of the barn. And this horse tracked nicely, relaxed on the front end, and Hisby said go. They moved up willingly to attack the lone leader, who at that time, when being asked, was about 3 or 4 lengths clear, moved right up to the throat latch with 100 yards to go, poked that head in front, and allowed Going Sense to fight back. Since that race, nobody's really come out of that race to do all that much. That was probably the career best form for Going Sense, who has recently gone off form. Didn't run very well earlier this meet, running in our opening week. But I like See You When You Get Here. Lightly raced, a 4-year-old for a trainer who just doesn't send that many to the barn. Looking for his second win in the last 5 years. Has been working out, blazing in the morning. 3 bullets. I don't usually pay attention how fast they go, but when there's 3 staring you in the face, that's certainly something to take a look at. We'll see if Hisby can get Greg Bland home. A winner in here will See You When You Get Here, 5 to 1, a great price. We'll see if that one can run as good as he did at 3. But after that, taking a look at a little bit of a long shot. How about Sparring Moon? Brittany Vandenberg for Chris Amy in here. Amy's going to bring his talents and services in here. We oftentimes do see some rider changes, but not today for Brittany Vandenberg. Amy does come for this mount. He was aboard on February 19th over at Turfway Park. Showed speed, didn't show any finish. That was at the restricted maiden special weight level for a $47,000 purse. Gets a tiny bit of class relief in here, but maybe the horse just didn't take to the synthetic. Has been training on the dirt over at Churchill Downs. Gets some class relief, showed speed, and speed with a one-time starter is something I really like. I like a horse that showed some giddy up from the gate, connections that do win races, jockey-trainer combination that routinely hooks up in the winner's circle. 10 to 1 could be value in here with Sparring Moon. But speaking of value, how about Gennaro Garcia? Celebrated a milestone victory last week with his 1,000th win. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. going to be aboard. He's been his first call rider for some time, as long as I can remember here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This is a horse who was knocking on the door at 2 years old, back to back to back. Second place finishes and just could never really push past. Now gets Lasix as a 3-year-old, comes back with Lasix, has been here consistently in the morning since early on in March. Gennaro has picked up right where he's left off, winning at 17%. He's going to have to continue to win at that rate if he wants to keep pace with Randy Klopp atop those trainers' standings, jockey-trainer combination that absolutely wins races. This is a horse who showed talent last year at 2, now gets Lasix, could come back stronger. The barn has been going well early on in the meet. We'll see if Thousands of Hope can get the job done in here. 9 to 1 on the board, but the first-time starter, Rank Randy. We'll see if that name is just a name that they love or if there's something to it. This is a horse who worked out at 2, has consistently gone to the starting gate, And Rank Randy, well-behaved so far in the saddling enclosure, but something to pay attention to in here for the first-time starter. Veteran rider Fernando de la Cruz going to be aboard Rank Randy, who just put up a 58-2, breezing from the gate April 4th. I don't see that very often, but 5 gate workouts has me a little bit cautious about Mr. Rank Randy, who's already gelded on debut. We'll see if Rank Randy can run them off their feet. Projected as low as 8-5. He's been well behaved in the saddling enclosure. We'll see how that shakes out on the racetrack for Rank Randy. 2-1 on the board, but I'm going to try See You When You Get Here for Mr. Greg Bland. See if the Bland can take down leading trainer Randy Klopp. 4 minutes away from the Thoroughbred finale. Stick around. Martha's giving out winners for the quarter horses. She wins at about 80%. Unbelievable.
The horses now call postword for the 8th race. Maiden sprint here at 5.5 furlongs, all 10 run. There are no changes. 9th and final, quarter horse dash over the 300 yards. And the 9th, scratch the also eligibles. 11 Keeney's Final Gift and 12 Blackberry Kiss. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Maiden sprint starts our final double of the day. Low 15% takeout on the doubles. The 10-cent pentafecta featured here on the maiden sprint. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for the maiden sprint. No changes, 10 run. You have less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Arriving at the gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Alberto Burgos with Pro Fever first up. Jose Gutierrez, Taylor's Moonshine, has joined Pro Fever. Army Fever, Joe Ramos with a couple of wins on the card. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., now Thousands of Hopes. 4 times started here as a juvenile last season. Thousands of Hopes in. Adam Beschitza with Honorable Discharge. Donald Hisby in the blue cap with See You When You Get There. Good Stuff went in well. Santo Sanjor has a win on the card. Starter Oscar Quiroz, crew working with See You When You Get There. Now, See You When You Get There loaded. Irving Moncada, Amazing Mike still left to load. Chris Amy Sparring Moon is in. Amazing Mike's turn. So just a moment away. One more. Fernando Little Cruz, Rank Randy like Pro Fever, both for Randy Klopp. Here's Rank Randy. First time starter. At 5.5 furlongs. All in line. And they're off. Taylor's Moonshine barrels away. Sparring Moon with early interest. See You When You Get There in the blue cap. Joined on the outside by Army Fever. Making this dash toward the half-mile pole. Pro Fever right there with the rail. Here's the newcomer Rank Randy, who's making strides toward the front on the far outside. Honorable Discharge in a purple cap picking through. Now at the 3.5. Then comes Good Stuff with Thousands of Hopes in between horses. And Amazing Mike trails the maiden sprint. The quarter was 22.34 seconds. They roll around the far turn that way. Taylor's Moonshine the target at 16-1. Army Fever second and close up. as they come toward the top of the stretch. Rank Randy is right there too. Honorable Discharge moves up boldly between horses. Now as they straighten away, it's Honorable Discharge into the stretch. Honorable Discharge leads here by a 4-length margin. 1 furlong to go. Rank Randy second, and running on from Army Fever third toward the inside. Dropping back was Taylor's Moonshine from his early efforts, but past the 16th with Adam Beschizza. Honorable Discharge, the son of Army Mule, kicks home. Honorable Discharge won by 3.5 from Army Fever. And then came Thousands of Hopes with Pro Fever and Rank Randy next across the finish. .106.33 after the maiden. 8-7 and then a show photo. 8 Honorable Discharge. 7-2 first. 7 Army Fever. Both sons of Army Mule. 4-1 on the runner-up. Third's a photo. Hold all tickets until official. Adam Beschizza in to win. For Matt Shirer, 10 Strike Racing. Jeremy Sussman and Richard Dunn. Honorable Discharge at second, asking in the maiden. The judges have posted number 2, Thousands of Hopes, third. After a photograph, 10 Rank Randy getting into the frame for fourth. 1 Pro Fever for the Pentafecta. It's 8-7 to 10-1. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 8 Honorable Discharge with Adam Beschizza. Honorable Discharge is a 4-year-old dark bay brown colt by Army Mule. At a big release by Mr. Big. The winner was bred here in the Hoosier State by Dawn Martin. Matt Shirer trains for 10 Strike Racing, Jeremy Sussman, and Richard Dunn. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Honorable Discharge. Earns his diploma. Result official. The 8-7 exacta, $45.20 for the Sons of Army Mule. 8-7 $2 trifecta. Thousands of Hopes was third. The 50-cent try paid $103.85. Rank Randy getting into the superfecta paid $85.36. Honorable Discharge Capped off a 50-cent pick 3 for $33.20. $5 last call. Thoroughbred Daily Double, 7-8. Return $59 even. The $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Pays out on 404. 50-cent late fire 5, $335.60, and the dime penta, $318.45. 106.33 after the running of the maiden. Favored was 4th, and all 10 ran. 9th race, quarter horse dash over the 300 yards. Scratch the also eligibles 11 Keeney's Final Gift and 12 Blackberry Kiss. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. There is the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta featured. Post time 6:16. And they're off. Teller's Moonshine barrels away. Sparring Moon with early interest. See you when you get there in the blue cap. Joined on the outside by Army Fever. Making this dash toward the half-mile pole. Pro Fever right there with the rail. Here's the newcomer, Rank Randy, who's making strides toward the front on the far outside. Honorable Discharge and a purple cap picking through now at the 3.5. Then comes Good Stuff with Thousands of Hopes in between horses. And Amazing Mike trails the maiden sprint. The quarter was 22.34 seconds. They roll around the far turn that way. Taylor's Moonshine the target at 16-1. Army Fever second and close up. As they come toward the top of the stretch, Rank Randy is right there too. Honorable Discharge moves up boldly between horses. Now as they straighten away, it's Honorable Discharge into the stretch. Honorable Discharge leads here by a 4-length margin. 1 furlong to go. Rank Randy second and running on from Army Fever third toward the inside. Dropping back was Taylor's Moonshine from his early efforts, but past the 16th with Adam Beschizza. Honorable Discharge, the son of Army Mule, kicks home. Honorable Discharge won by 3.5 from Army Fever. And then came Thousands of Hopes with Pro Fever.
Well, welcome back for another short but great week at Horseshoe Indianapolis. It's just 2 days this week, but we're going to get rolling next week and look forward to plenty of action and festivities as well. All right, well, before we go to the paddock and preview our finale, our quarter horse finale, I'd love to give a shout out to trainer Tim Eggleston, who won his first quarter horse race of the meet last Wednesday with Keep Her Off Tequila for owner Patty Marshall. It was a really nice maiden-breaking score under Rolando Pena, and you can be sure that this duo will have plenty more to come, so congrats. Okay, let's go talk about our finale today. It's the first allowance race, quarter horse allowance race of the season, 300 yards, a purse of $19,500 for registered Indiana bred quarter horses. You're going to see some good ones, a full field of 10, even with the scratch of the 2 also eligibles. So let's go to the paddock and take a look. My top choice is going to be number 4, and that's Victory Beach. It's a really nice gelding by Escondido Beach, the legendary stallion here in Indiana, and had a good season last year. Tim was talking about him quite a bit, feeling like this might have been one of his best 2-year-olds, and he had a whole bunch. So the horse was the 3rd fastest qualifier for one of the richest futurities, and that was the QHRAI Stallion Service Auction Futurity. Went to the final, but unfortunately got defeated by his stablemate and another Dick Harrison homebred. And that was a flair for politics. So it was a little bit of a rough finish for the meet, but the horse could come back very well in his 3-year-old campaign. Had a pretty nice work on March 28th. So that's my top choice, and we'll see how he does. He does have a stablemate running again today, but we'll see if the outcome is different. All right, we'll go next to another horse sired by Escondido Beach, and this is a 4-year-old mare by the name of Beach Feature, number 5. She's got the experience edge in this race because she's a 4-year-old facing the youngsters and has a pretty good record for trainer Shauna Martin. Jockey Aaron Hunt will ride. A good finish last year. She basically hit the board in both of her allowance efforts in last season. And that speaks well for a horse that's 4-year-old and also competitive at the allowance ranks and facing horses that are maybe making their first start as allowance runners. So we'll see how it goes. Next up for me is a very intriguing possibility, and that's number 7, Nitro Beach. Now, it's the 2nd Eggleston trainee, and you could discount the horse based on a couple things. Number 1, just 1 start. That's all the horses had. One at first asking last July, but just 1 start, and that was it. Why he probably can't be overlooked is that he fetched $130,000 2 years ago at the Heritage Place yearling sale, one of the most successful and elite sales for quarter horses in the country. It's held in Oklahoma City. Sherry Miller consigned Nitro Beach, and he fetched $130,000. I believe that might have been a record for her as a consignee, but I know that she was very pleased with the effort. So we'll see how the horse does. Obviously, coming up just the 2nd start, off a layoff, facing horses with a little more experience, but we've got the Eggleston factor, so certainly would not rule him out. Take a long look in the paddock. Okay, and also Eduardo Diaz, who was last year's leading quarter horse jockey, has the call. All right, I'll round out my top 4 with number 8, and that's Moonin' to the Jazz. Ran 5th in the $196,000 Gordon Mobley Futurity. That's the first major futurity of our season. We'll have trials coming up fairly soon because that race is run in July. Jesse Vasquez trains this son of Encore who finished in the money in 4 of his 7 starts last year in futurity competition and trials. Giovanni Vasquez Gomez, who rides for his wife, has the call. I think we're looking at a very significant debut for this 3-year-old. So I'm going 4, 3, 7, 8 as we approach the start of our finale. But I do also want to point out that these quarter horse 10-cent pentafecta payouts have been ginormous. And last Wednesday, we added $1,522 payoff. That's a 10-cent wager that paid $1,500, even with an even money favorite on top, but several long shots underneath. So it's my obligation as quarter horse analyst to make you some money and hopefully get you a long shot for today. And I've got a big one, 30-1 on number 2, winner takes all. German Rodriguez trains and rides. This is the former jockey that had an extraordinary year last year with 10 wins, including a couple futurity wins, including for this one. So then he finished the season with 2 off the money efforts, but he got bumped in both. So I'm going to overlook that, see if he can come back to his previous form and get you guys some major money in the quarter horse pentafecta. All right, well, good luck to all in our finale today. We'll see you back tomorrow, Wednesday, for one more quarter horse race at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
The horses call postward now for the 9th and final. Capping off the card with a quarter horse allowance dash over the 300 yards. Fast track headwind. A field of 10. Scratch the also eligibles. 11 Keeney's Final Gift and 12 Blackberry Kiss. Scratch the AEs, numbers 11 and 12. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Here the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta featured. Post time, close. The horses are approaching the starting gate. At the gate, it is now post time. Loading starts. Cross the line. She's first to take her position in the starting gate. Grano Dioro has joined cross the line. Winner takes all. Uses a flipping halter. Nitro Beach. One Sweet Wagon. Moon into the Jazz next. Victory Beach. Political winner coming up. 300 yards, 2 back. Beach feature drew 5. One more. Diego Bocanegra with HF Kiss This 2, Wednesday post time, 2:10 p.m. Eastern. And the game. Off in the Tuesday finale. Beach feature away well. Here comes Moon into the Jazz. HF Kiss This 2 inclined to lug in. Cross the line, led past the 220. Cross the line, out in front. Here's HF Kiss This 2. Cross the line holding sway. Cross the line has won it from HF Kiss This 2. One Sweet Wagon appeared to finish third. From Political winner next. We're standing by for the run order from the judges. Number 1, Cross the Line, 18-1 first. 10 HF Kiss This 2. 6-1 second is a photo for third. Stand by for the third, fourth, and fifth. Will be Moon into the Jazz. Photo for third. Stand by for the fourth. And we have the quarter horse Pentafecta featured. It's gone to Cross the Line. Carlos Ruiz Cortez for Jesse Vasquez. The encore filly was 18-1. The judges have posted number 3, One Sweet Wagon third at 13-1. 9 Political winner, 15-1 fourth. Moon into the Jazz, the 8 for the quarter horse Pentafecta. 110, 398, 16.006 seconds. Fast headwind. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 1, Cross the Line, with Carlos Ruiz Cortez. Cross the Line is a 3-year-old Sorrel filly by Encore, out of Bright Lineage by a Goody. Jesse Vasquez trains for Indiana Breeders and Owners, Kimberly A. and Roger D. Beam. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Cross the Line. Race 9, official. Results official after race 9. 110.39. Winner to the Jazz was 5th. A first career win for Carlos Ruiz Cortez as Cross the Line wins the last of the day. Congratulations to the winning rider. That quarter horse Pentafecta will carry over to the Wednesday finale. That'll be race 9. The scheduled 6:15 finale tomorrow will have a carryover in the Pentafecta. 110 exacta, $329 even. 50-cent trifecta, $927.90. The 50-cent pick 3 capped off by Cross the Line, $157.75. $2,827 will be that 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta carryover on the finale on Wednesday's card. 8-1 final double, $342. The 10-cent superfecta paid $912.20. Political winner was 4th. Winner to the Jazz 5th. 16.006 seconds. So Carlos Ruiz Cortez with his first career win to cap off the day. As we conclude our live racing program, we thank all that joined us here on track, and cheers to all who tuned in. Next live race card will be on Wednesday, and that'll do it for this week here in town. And post time tomorrow will be at 2:10 p.m. Eastern. You can always follow us on X at HS Indy Racing. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Also follow us on Instagram. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure today from the broadcast booth. Track announcer John G. Dooley for now saying good night. Off in the Tuesday finale. Beach feature way well. Here comes Moon into the Jazz. HF Kiss this 2 inclined to lug in. Cross the line, led past the 220. Cross the line, out in front. Here's HF Kiss this 2. Cross the line holding sway. Cross the line has won it from HF Kiss this 2. One sweet.